Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Let us continue our work. A number of reports or speeches from session 1 about the historical meaning of the Yalta conference, and then we will speak about the perspectives of the new world order, and it will be moderated by me, and let's go on. And I will ask here Nikolai Ilyevsky, a unique expert in many fields, including the Cold War, the history of the Cold War, how it started, how it developed. He has written several books about it. Dear participants, certainly the Yalta conference, take this microphone. Yeah, this will be better. There is no doubt that the Yalta conference is important not only for the World War II, but it's also one of the major events in the 20th century. And it also influenced the beginning of the Cold War. In my opinion, the meaning of this conference has still not been acknowledged. It's an unprecedented conference in its scale. This war was, first of all, a collision of global projects, of the conservative world, of the communist world, and of the fascist world. And we can speak about this as about general and particular, because sometimes people say we were fighting against Nazis, not about the Nazism which has an Italian nature, and which is large in the danger of this movement. Here, the Second World War, we can also assess as the fight between liberal allied forces. And surprisingly, this union was very alliance between liberalism and communism was fighting against Nazi. And it was much better organized. And due to diplomatic successes of the two camps, we managed to come to the victory. They fought around the whole world. The major front was between Germany and the Soviet Union, and Japan at that moment stayed away from this major conflict, and it had an important role in the final stage of this conflict. And this choice of Japan was dictated not by its sympathy towards the Soviet Union, but by mere calculation, and the fact that there were a real military alliance was the achievement of four people: Roosevelt, Churchill, Stalin, and Hitler. The first three managed to create it, to make it very powerful, and the fourth helped them, whether he wanted that or not. And he represented the common danger, the Nazism, as something incredibly cruel tool of selection of people. Even before the 1945, Germany was incredibly strong in the war. Its forces had more than 9 million people, and 5.5 million people were in the fighting army, 3 million of them were at the Soviet front, and 2.5 million in reserve, and the majority of them were sent against the incoming Red Army. 56,000 of guns, and nevertheless the end of the Third Reich was pretty close, and this became the main motive for the Yalta conference in February 1945, and it was probably more important than the Tehran conference and the Potsdam conference. I should mention that all the huge world wars, especially at the end of the wars, as the historical experience shows us, are also the fights of everybody against everybody in the incoming new world. For the best place in the incoming new world. I'm sorry, I don't feel well. Probably I'm speaking not so smoothly as I would like to. The Second World War was not certainly an exception from this rule. Its main participants, in fact, were two sides, the United States and the Soviet Union, and they played a key role in the post-war development of the world. The UK, the third participant of the Yalta conference, has weakened and has come to the end of its forces. It has partially lost its special, previously incredible political role, and just trying to keep its empire, it turned into the subordinate of the United States, as the United States wanted to get the colonial heritage of the UK. China at that moment was still occupied by the Japanese army, and the perspective was a civil war with unpredictable consequences. France was preoccupied with its own rehabilitation in all meanings of this word, and so only the USA and the Soviet Union were the strongest partners here, and the future of the world, including the fates of Japan and Germany, depended on them. And they also had to create the new rules for the new world. I would like to highlight here that they were trying to get to a historical breakthrough. First of all, they managed to get to an agreement at nearly all the questions, and it's really very hard. And it became obvious that mutual respect and taking into account mutual interests and making compromises, they managed to create quite valuable, quite viable life. In the end of that conference, the Cold War began. It was announced in 13 months after the end of the conference, but the spirit of the Yalta conference has influenced the international communications for more than half a century. And it stayed with the Soviet Union, and it only died out by the beginning of the new century. And there were thousands of minor discrepancies, but both of them were very important politicians, and here we see the mutual understanding and mutual respect, as we say, a fisherman and another fisherman. And here I would like to make a comment, and probably I will be criticized here for the decision of global problems. The politicians which are elected for only 4 years, they can hardly solve any major problems. They are elected for 4 or 5 years. It takes 1 year to get into the flow. Another year he needs to prepare for the next election. So he has only 2 years left, and there are all kinds of crises and unpredictable events, and he has to react here and to implement his strategy. And here both Stalin and Roosevelt had an obvious advantage because they had been in power for a long time. Yalta, as a process and not as a conference, is not only a historical breakthrough but also a historical failure. I'm sorry for this, for saying this, but I am speaking about the end of those incredible opportunities which were created by the negotiations on the 4th, 11th February. I am speaking about the political convergence, not only about political, but of the convergence of East and West capitalism and communism. And it is not by chance that Pitirim Sorokin, a famous Russian-American philosopher and sociologist, in 1944 published his work Russia and USA, where he's speaking about the convergence. This convergence and mutual simplification of the two systems was not a fantasy, though it was certainly not very probable. Why we didn't have the chance? First of all, why we had the chance? First of all, the united fight unites people, and sincere respect also involves people into cooperation. Secondly, we had common interests, and this was peace. And the third subjective fact about which I have already said, adequate and authoritative leaders, after whom there were very strong social institutions, and Roosevelt had at least 4 years ahead of him of presidency. If he would not go for the 5th term, this seems absolutely incredible now, but it was incredible when he started the campaign for the 3rd term. At least 4 years and a chance to keep some political influence at least. Stalin, as we know, had 8 years at least. We believe that his death in 1953 was a natural one. Unfortunately, all those possibilities were not implemented. We can notice here how quickly the forces for whom Yalta was a threat reacted. People say that the events that happened in 2 days after the end of the conference had the task to impress the Soviet Union. Separate negotiations with Germany. We also discussing here the death of Roosevelt. So we certainly doubt a lot the natural character of this death. He looked very differently in Tehran and in Yalta, though there were only 14 months between them, and he was not particularly ill. And he died on the 12th of April, and our famous journalist Lauren writes a lot about it. And there were also people who were not sure in his death. Look at how quickly the American administration has changed the format they communicated with the Soviet Union. On the 23rd of April, Truman met with Remyga, and he was not a kind of person who could provide such kind of actions without serious preparation. And certainly the experience of Yalta, the experience of compromises, of getting deep into the problem, and finding mutually acceptable decisions is incredible. But I have to admit that analyzing this experience, this past, and trying to look at the modern problems, I see the nearest future without any optimism. The birth of the new world as a primitive action towards a global conflict is something nearly incredible. I'm afraid that, as it has always happened in history, the peace will be born after the conflict. That makes me make very simple conclusions. On the one hand, we have to be ready to this conflict, which is already here, and the scale of which is rapidly growing. On the other hand, we should use any possibility for another peaceful scenario. Here, as for me, as for a citizen and for a historian, there is an acute question of how we as a state, as a social, as an organization understand the risks that we are facing today. Alexander quoted the forum which took place in Moscow not so long ago. Many speakers said there that, in fact, it is not very important what kind of adjectives you are using today. There is a war. A war as a special kind of activity which has its goal, and as for us, this goal will be minimum to subordinate us or maximum to destroy us. If we understood that, we should have started some kind of activities to win. And under this victory, I mean not necessarily the physical destroyment, but probably a compromise. Thank you very much. Are there any questions, dear colleagues? May I ask a question? I have not truly understood your last phrase. The victory is a compromise? Normally, a victory is something else. Could you please comment on that? Thank you very much for your question. In fact, it's not very easy to answer this question in a short way. The war really has changed in the recent 100 years, very obviously. Sometimes the level of risks makes us stop the war and find this peaceful solution which we had not found at the very beginning. And later on we will find the ways to cooperate. Or we also may add here the losses. So we are speaking about the containment policy and the notion that there can be no victory. Thank you very much. Once more, I'm sorry. Thank you very much. I will be happy to give floor to Ms. Rubtsova. And while she's taking place, I will bring up to this theme. It's the nuclear theme. Our previous speaker decided to find the mathematical formula whether the victory is a compromise or not. If you allow, I'll give a couple of comments here. In the framework of the agenda which I have to use, and I would like to ask for your permission. These are just parts of my speech. In the world of animals, there are four kinds of relationships. The two first are aggression and isolation, and the friendly are affiliation and cooperation. And it seems to me that this is very relevant to our situation. But we are always fighting at all the 4 fields at the same time. We use aggression, we use isolation, sanctions is isolation, affiliation. What is, for example, different kinds of colorful revolutions. So these are creation of different consortiums of different kinds of people who affiliate from the ideological points of view, and their relationship change into another kind of level. So they're partners now. It's like with Vlasov. So they create this reborn of this structure and cooperation. This we'll see in different kinds of wars. There is always this play, and while one is strengthened, the other is weakened, and this is not happening in just one system of coordinates, but also in informational field, in diplomacy, and lots of players, dozens of players on the same battlefield. And only in our abstractive thoughts we can bring it up to one thesis, and certainly any victory is a compromise. Was not it a compromise when these events happened here? Who was the main compromiser here? Churchill. What would he do with Poland if Stalin had not stopped him with the help of the Red Army for the first of place? And they were not referring to any agreements or to the Tehran decisions, but the force power and the real arrangement of forces on the battlefields of Europe. And this also forced us to come to compromise. We all understood yesterday in a play during the game at Sevastopol University. It was a very, very rapid game which asks normally for 3 days, but we performed it within 2 hours, and the students were very tough in their positions, and these positions were black and white. There was just no time to speak and to discuss, and the way towards compromise was not through some very sophisticated complex games like in chess, where everybody is coming to a certain goal, but here it was very straightforward. But in real life and in Yalta situation, these were much more complex situations with the emotions, with the accents, with the experts more or less knowledgeable. When Berezkov came with his report, he was a wonderful military officer, but what could he tell his American or English colleagues? His expert knowledge created a momentary advantage over his colleagues. So no matter how much Truman wanted to avoid this compromise, it was not that easy to do that. And certainly a victory is a compromise, and each player has his own approach towards victory. So the victory between the United States and the UK is another story in the competition, and the victory in the competition between UK and the Soviet Union is another story, and there is also China there. And I think these are not new model decisions. I will tell you about the decisions. It's sometimes hard to think in such mathematical terms. We have very enthusiastic organizers. Svetlana, your topic is the threat to the preservance of historical truth about the World War II. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for the possibility to take part in such a large-scale congress, and I would like to share my feelings about the event which happened yesterday, and I want to thank everybody, all the professors and students who took part yesterday, those who took part in the game. Thank you very much. I am the Assistant Director of Academic Affairs at the Faculty of Social Science and International Affairs, and the member of the Public Chamber of Sevastopol. And I mention those two positions because the topic which I will cover at this Congress is directly influencing my those positions. I will tell you how. I have to be involved into the studies of fake news at the scientific level. We analyzed big data in a laboratory and we studied this from the scientific point of view, and we are analyzing the events. We worked with the amendments into the Constitution and the celebration of the 75th anniversary of the victory, and this was provided within the limits of the coronavirus infection. So we were analyzing all the fakes which were thrown into the network, and we were trying to rethink them, and I'm speaking about the fake news as the threat towards preservance of historical truth about World War II. I wanted to start with the quotation from Pushkin. He says that disrespect towards ancestors is the first step towards immorality. And when we say about the World War II, we have come in touch with the situation with those who have relatives or the problem with the youth is that they don't feel this war anymore. They don't feel the victory. If we are speaking about the generation who were starting at school when they had the possibility to meet the veterans. Unfortunately, this generation is going away, and we have somehow to replace this because the love towards the motherland starts with the ethical values and historical events which we rethink and which we accept. And when we are speaking about the love towards your motherland, we are speaking about patriotism, which is not only the love towards your motherland, but also a possibility to sacrifice your personal interests for the love of your motherland. And unfortunately, there are a lot of attacks on the history of the World War II in the internet, and this is an attack on something very sacred, something that is incredibly important for us. And here, in the context of losses, the Soviet Union has suffered incredible losses, about 26.6 million lives, and a lot of cities were destroyed. And these are the consequences of such attacks. The state is trying to create legal acts which will allow us to falsify, to facilitate the publications, provide the celebrations of the 75th anniversary of the victory. What is a fake? This year we have accepted the laws for the responsibility for creating fake news, and they envisage up to 3 to 5 years for the facts that are discrediting news. But unfortunately, the enforced measures have become a kind of obstacle to the spread of the news which were dedicated to the 75th anniversary of the victory. So what is a fake? First of all, in the context of fake news, we are concerned about several issues. First of all, it's the reason why they appear, the possible authors and the ways they are spread, and what role we can take as the social organizations, mass media and the state towards the fake news against the historical periods. First of all, a fake news is a defamation of a truly of a trustworthy information, and that creates a threat towards lives and towards mass disobedience, and the word fake has already taken its position in the Russian language. This is, first of all, deliberate disinformation, creating a certain attitude, fraudulence, open offense, and advertising, and desire to open up anonymity and to open up confidential data and personal data. And fakes are the new forms of propaganda. But here we have to distinguish fake from, say, something that we call poor journalism. I mean, not all of the fakes can be considered propaganda. Recently, in the context of the Great Patriotic War, there are examples of fakes that are deliberately invented to and they became the focus of discussion of illiterate people who are trying to demonize the history of our country. The most famous among them that the Soviet Union was only fighting because there were so many allies, or just because there were the anti-retreat units behind the backs of our soldiers, and the victory was provided not by the people but by poor roads and weather, and this can be listed, but this is what is getting into the internet. But unfortunately, the majority of such fakes are coming from the abroad, but recently we have to say that there are new factors of spreading untrustworthy information about the Great Patriotic War, and we all have seen such a provocation with the Memorial Online March this year due to the limitations imposed by the coronavirus infection. This march was provided online, and during this march there were several facts when in the posters the photos of Wehrmacht officers were used. The majority of our people were very much against such a deal. 83% were against, and all these cases were and all these IP addresses were registered, and there are now criminal cases against these people. And they are blamed in the advertising Nazism. And unfortunately, this year, this was not the end of it, and we also have seen the spread of untrustworthy information about the historical facts due to the low level of knowledge of the Russian history and with the negligence of regional authorities. And heroic history sometimes becomes the basics for social advertisement and posters. And each year the dates which are connected with the creation of the Russian state and the victories such as the 22nd of June, the 9th of May, the 23rd of February and the 12th of April. Those dates are idolized and especially cynic seems neglectful attitude towards the creation of social advertisement, which end up in the offense of feelings of our people. For example, in Osins on the 23rd of February, they put a post where they wanted to pay tribute to the memory of transport soldiers and skiers who were fighting at the Karelian front. But the soldier on the poster wore Finnish uniform, and Finland was on the side of the Germany, and the mayor said that this case has become possible because of the negligence of the administration. In Arel city, the volunteers of the victory posted an advertisement, but the phrase said, I take care of veterans instead of I take care of veterans, and the company has acknowledged their mistake and that there was an automatic replacement of the word veteran with the word veterana. In another city they posted a poster, thank you for the victory, with the monument dedicated to the heroes of the Civil War instead of the soldiers of World War II. And in one of the supermarkets, they placed an ad in the internet in Volgograd, Perm and Chelyabinsk, and they were criticized by the veterans because they used the statue of motherland with an improper subject in her hand. There are some cases of using ads with distorted, untrustworthy information, and this information is spread out very quickly, and it's discrediting the regional, the municipal authorities, and create the negative attitude of the society. In social networks, we also see the undue provision of services in creating advertising materials, including social ads, in accordance with the clause 204 of the federal law. There is those providers who have violated the agreement will have to replenish the loss to the customer, and analyzing the information. One cannot but think why in the modern informational world we often become the victims of such manipulations and fakes, and here we often see them as a synonyms of faked information. We have seen a lot of fakes during the elections, the voting for the amendments, and we have analyzed this information in order to tell the people about such intros of fakes. We were providing round tables for this to inform the people about such deliberate fake news. And at the moment we are speaking about cyberbullying and about deliberate misrepresentation of the sense of the amendments, using the double standards tactics and multiplying of false assessments and negative expectations. And we provided the limits for such information, but nevertheless they have not succeeded in changing the attitude of the majority of the people, and the representatives of the civil society should provide the creation of necessary system of values and to make our people responsible and respectful towards the law. And when we are speaking about the fakes, we should certainly speak about the national identity, and this creates the unified spiritual and social space. We have provided a number of events concerning the spread of fakes, and we spoke about the mistakes in the advertising materials. And in July, we also provided a round table about the deliberate lie and the issues of maintaining the truth, and we created a document on the prevention of the spread of historical fakes. And as for the public chamber, I also work in the university, and as a citizen of Sevastopol, I believe that we should increase the number of events which will allow us to maintain the historical memory. And I can say that in our university we provide activities among the students to increase the role of scientific organizations in the keeping up the memories about the Great Patriotic War. I will give just a brief example of what our university is providing. We have launched a project this year we remember, we are proud of. It's a cooperation between our institute and the Institute of International Affairs. We started the back count of the days towards the 75th anniversary, and each day we published the news, which the news of 1945, and there we also introduced the results of the works of the modern historians, which disclosing the myths about the World War II. I can say that this work we provided together with the students, so we taught them how to do that, and they had the possibility to come in touch with this incredibly important task. We also involved all the institutes of our university. Those were also technical schools, not only historians, and each institute provided its information, and each day we had something to publish on the website of the university. And you can make a conclusion that this is a small drop in the huge task, but this is a unifying project which helped us to bring together the professors and the students in order to give our generation the sense of responsibility for the future and for the spread of the memories about the World War II. We also have elaborated a schedule of events, and we send them to the correspondent institutions to prevent the spread of fake news, including the fact that the organizations which are using fake news will be switched off, and we believe that it's necessary to create a special program to get rid of the misrepresentation of the knowledge about the Second World War and about the Second World War and other very important events in the history of our country. And it's important to work with the young people and to teach them the culture of working with historical materials and to teach them to research historical facts in order to teach them to prevent fakes and to prevent theft of information and to prevent the efforts of falsification and spread of misrepresented information and to very rapidly dismantle the fake news. At your permission, I would like to finish my speech with a quotation from Vladimir Putin. The feet of our grandfathers and fathers will always serve as a vivid example of valor, spiritual and moral greatness, frontline brotherhood, and great responsibility to future generations. It's our common duty to protect the truth about the past war and firmly resist attempts to rewrite history. Thank you very much. Thank you. Can I ask a question? Tamara Evgenievna, you were speaking about the fakes, and there is also a notion of post-truth. And how do you see it? Is there about the relations of post-truth and fakes coexisting in parallel? And if we put on the informational weights the fakes and post-truth and half-truth, half-lie and the truth, maybe not in the framework of the informational space, but in the framework of Sevastopol, what is more important on the such informational weights, the truth or fakes? If I understand you right, the first question is the relation between the fake and post-truth. What do you mean by post-truth? For me, there is a fake, deliberately misrepresented information. There is truth, but how do you define post-truth? It's a half-truth, half-fake. It's a truth. It's a lie. It's a fake. Let us just write it down. And there was another question. Could you tell us about the balance in Sevastopol? Fakes or truth? Truth, of course. Thank you very much. I like your question. I wanted to ask a provocative question. Sometimes it's very difficult to define the truth and the lie. In the 40s, there was an echelon of truth, and how can you define truth? What is your echelon? What is your... it's a normal academic question. We have historians who are analyzing and who are defining what is relative to the real historic facts, and the specialists, the experts to whom we trust. In each specific question, there is a specific decision depending on what we are looking at. If there is a link to a document, we are checking the document. If there is an untrustworthy, unchecked information, I'm I don't even need historians sometimes, but if we are speaking about some very narrow question, we are consulting with the experts in this field. I see your position. Okay. Dear colleagues, this theme is very interesting, but please don't go away from this intellectual format. The latest news that the Nobel Prize was given for the asymmetric information. Fake is something that is created on purpose, but asymmetric information is your attitude towards it. The same news can be interpreted in different ways. I understand your question, but this speech had only a small part of the analytical work which we are providing at the moment. And part of these interesting questions, the questions of interpretation, the unchecked misrepresented information, and there is the fake news, there are, and there is very untrustworthy information, but there is some information that is just a bit changed, and this classification can be pretty long. Are you asking about my personal opinion? If we are speaking about fakes and asymmetric information, everybody has to find some source there. We have to very rapidly react on fake news, and we have to disprove them. It's a way to just exhaust the energy of any enemy, just making them to defy each news. Any other questions? Andrei, you have a question? We are just asking questions. At the moment, we have heard your very interesting speech. The question is, what is the scientific basis of those fakes? Any fake is unchecked information. How our scientific potential of the country is able to overturn, to disprove those fakes. At the moment, people do not understand where is fake, where is not, because 30 years ago it was obvious, but now how do you assess the level of the scientific level of historic science, especially when we are speaking about the events from 1932 to 1945. And this is a question for a very broad discussion. There are certain problems and there are certain gaps which we will have to bridge, and our historians are ready to very rapidly work with those problems in order to very fast disprove the fakes, so that our very vulnerable minds would not be attacked by those fakes. As for the scientific part of your question, we are working with the sociologists and we are creating a consortium of big data, and our task is to study the reaction of the society to those fakes, and what was said, that this might be one of the ways to exhaust an enemy, that it might be the part of this war for minds. We are looking at the reaction of the society. We have taken the fakes about the coronavirus and the reaction to this part. So we are using the information and for different groups. These are young people, these are people of middle age, students and professors, and our sociologists are now analyzing this data, and it's early to make any conclusions, but we're working at that. And another question, also in the social networks, right? What do you think about the phrase, we cannot force people not lie, but we can make the lie immortal? If we say, if we make it in such a way that a person who makes a fake will be claimed, and probably at that time there won't be any fakes, and this is probably the result of lack of punishment. No, starting from March 18th, there is criminal possibility to sue a person if for fake news. If there is another case of publishing fake news, this punishment is increased, and we can optimize this work for finding out the authors of the fake news, and for criminal investigation and real punishments. Svetlana, as a representative of the public chamber, the city of Sevastopol has survived 3 sieges, and today I have just noticed so many Anglo-Saxon and Latin words in Sevastopol, and I see some iconic portraits of the heroes of the Second World War, and everybody is passing by the hotel Sevastopol, and there is some kind of double standards here. Could you please just make a notice and here it's not a question, it's a commentary. You know, I would somewhere agree here. As for the hotel Sevastopol, they have a certain club on the ground floor, and I will not mention their name because it's also dubious to me. It was created at some point of history, and we can work at this issue, because if we just start to destroy everything, we will come into conflict with some interest. So this should be done with great diplomacy and delicacy. Thank you very much, dear colleagues. We can give applause to Svetlana. She has survived the first attack. And on the rights of the moderator, we will give a couple of comments. Svetlana has made an interesting speech, but frankly speaking, you have chosen a very easy task to define fakes and non-fakes. Any misrepresented information might be called a fake, and this misrepresentation is defined by the experts. So if there is some misrepresentation, that's a fake. If there is no, it's not a fake. But the question is much deeper. The asymmetry of information, that's very important. The Soviet Union, it's a country who provided the ideals of communism, who launched Gagarin. Is that good? Yes. On the other hand, there was Gulag, there were repressions. Is that bad? Certainly. But what should we highlight? Gulag is not a fake. And the flight by Gagarin is also not a fake. And in any event, we can find bright and dark sides. The problem is what we are going to highlight, and until we create some kind of ideology, and ideology in this case, not a historian, but ideology can only help us to define good and bad, and until we find Thank God we have the amendments, and we will be able only to work here with the launch. It seems to me that we have found a painful issue here. Science, first of all, is always a line between something known and something unknown. We really know very little about this world, about its chemistry, its biologists. We have just found out about the viruses and population of viruses in the space. They say that we only know 3% of materia. And we are living in the atmosphere of unknown, just for us not to be misdirected. And quantum is changing this directory, and there is always some kind of misrepresentation here. It's probably not for the public discussion, but the scientific environment should understand this. We cannot take the opinion of an historian as an ethelon, because when we open up the archives, then our opinion changed in a moment. Take the year 1941. It will take us decades to find out the real reasons of the catastrophe. And about the Yalta conference, we also have to work for years. And the scientific awareness of the society has collapsed. In 2012, we created a fundamental work on the Second World War, and we are waiting for the next 12 volumes to come. It's a huge work about everybody who survived. It's an endless set of documents, and very few historians in schools and even in universities can come up to this open archive as the Ministry of Defense. And I'm not even mentioning the 6 volumes of the book on the World War I. We need distance, we need time and energy to deal with it. For example, at the moment we are laughing at the American society, that they are getting dumber and dumber, but the awareness of the scientific awareness of American society is growing, and in our country it's going down with the comedy club and all kinds of discussions and post-truth and fakes and the traditions of the Greek science and European science. If you in scientific discussion allow yourself a flow, nobody will speak with you. If at least one of the 3 formal laws of logic is violated, nobody will speak with you. But when we see that a person is telling a lie and it's very obvious, they still continue to discuss something with him on TV. And in the past, nobody will just speak to him because he's a liar. I remember the courses in MIFI. These were pretty prepared people. And there was a question about a boy called Kola from New Arangoi who spoke in Bundestag. I told my position. My opponent said that this is my opinion and against your opinion, and I asked him, are you saying that our opinions are equal? And he says, probably yes. And I said, remember, my friends, students, I'm ready to be a student of any of you in something that you are expert in, but to any of your one opinion I have thousands of facts, but this tolerance should be shown in everything. And several years ago we worked in Strasbourg in a youth session dedicated to the end of the World War II, and the first speaker was faced with criticism from the Council of Europe because he managed to offend the 25-year-old children because he, with his scientific awareness, showed that they were vulnerable, and the next day they didn't allow him to speak, and then we saw the trainers who were showing the communication technologies. The scientific awareness of the society has dropped seriously, and as for Eduard Radzinsky, you can pretty obviously see the facts and his interpretations, because they have his own emotional opinion. So post-truth is a very important notion, and we should not forget about the truth. Truth is something that corresponds to facts, and it is proven with correct way, without violation of the laws of logic. Then we have truth. We have the facts and we have truth, and truth is the fact which has been sieved by your consciousness, by the sieve of your human attitude. There might be a fact, but truth is something we are reflecting at, and something very... What is a post-truth? It's something that is not related neither to fact nor to the truth. It's a simulator, it's something imaginary, and after that this is built on the links to different realities which are acceptable. And they are all acceptable, they are all equal, like the different opinions. This post-truth is a fashionable notion because it allows us to clean everything that had been before us, and we see that the people who knew the truth about the war are going away in accordance with the laws of time, and we are only left with texts, and not everybody can perceive the text and to define the truth and the facts and the post-truth. And about the civil war, we have the truth of the white movement, the truth of the red movement, and the third truth. But the post-truth is something that is beyond history, and it's very important that Dostoevsky had a very interesting story about it in his diaries, about two types of people he saw in this society which was corresponding to his time, and the task of them was to understand the values. So there is some very human with the universal values, and there is some national specificity of this society. Some people are called liberals, some are called conservatives. It's a very, very old discussion, and it is based on the vector where you should develop yourself. But I can say that we are working in the situation when we are changing the level of literacy. We cannot notice it. We can see that our students are at a different level. The issue is that there is language, and there are more effective languages, fighting languages, and less effective fighting languages. For example, Russian language is longer than American. You need more letters to say one command, but in a fighting situation, the Russian military language becomes very, very precise, clear, and short, and that provides our victories. Why was counter-propaganda so effective? You don't need a lot of words, you just need an illustration. What was the defining in the victory of revolution? Of all the arts, we prefer circus and cinema. These are both images. You can create wonderful, brilliant texts, but when someone says that, you are a conservative, our society is made up of conservatives. And that's it. It's a short image. And in this transfer to a new level of illiteracy, and it's more vivid. You have only 3 minutes in your video shot, and you have to squeeze your formulas, to squeeze your sense into 3 minutes, and mathematical operators are providing such a volume of sense with a short linguistic substrate. And art gives us images, and science and literature are very long in their texts. Sometimes we have a lot of unnecessary words, and that is why the fake generators are fighting texts with images, and images are better remembered, and our society will have to go out into this world, and there was if we look at some songs, they can survive anywhere, but if some little and stupid girl is singing about the war, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to listen to it, because she is not the person entitled to sing such songs. I have probably said too much instead of your speech, instead of my speech, okay? I have no emotion here. You probably have some emotion. It seems to me that Svetlana has touched upon a very important theme, and I will try to formulate it once more. When we have someone who is keeping the framework about the war, for example, the mass media like newspapers Pravda and Krasnaya Zvezda, they all were keeping the framework. In China, they are also keeping the framework because they are regulating the internet. There is a certain risk to get involved with your truth, but there is also a risk to spill this truth on those who are too young and vulnerable to take in this poison. For example, the anti-communism, course of anti-communism should be read on the 5th year, not on the 1st year, not to the sophomores. Why I am speaking about it? I would like to say that actually nobody is keeping the framework. Starting from the point that we don't have the ideology, there is ideology de facto but not de jure, and all the opinions can be used and they are all equal. Any kind of stupidity is equal, and there is the defamation of the elderly generation. There is a film where a teacher is talking some very trustworthy things, but the pupils say to her, "What are you talking about? You are the representative of the generation who have collapsed the Soviet Union. We are the participants of the collapse, and we took part in the shaking the boat. Not all of us, and some of us were heroically against it, but the leaders of the country did that. And how do the Chinese people treat us for that? Like idiots, because it all started from 1965. And the most strange things that they said, you're a strange person. What strange people we are, starting from 1955 and 1989, in the eyes of our Chinese friends. I appreciated that our Chinese friend guest does not speak about it. But really, what strange people are we? Who is creating those fakes? This will not survive in a healthy organism. We have created this ourselves, and we are working at the moment in the conditions without the framework. It's because Yeltsin said that he will never go where China is going. Yes, we have the frameworks of very different kind, which are keeping up the temperature and the vector of direction. Whatever we are, it's a heresy towards such a framework, and I'm trying to say that until we go through this stage, until we understand that our victory as well as our failures, as we understand our tragedies of the 41 year and the Kharkov and the tragedy in Sevastopol, we should not speak about it in the first framework. We should not speak about how many people were left without arms and without any armament when Admiral Oktyabrski could not take everybody with him. We can not speak about it, and we will be vulnerable about it, or we may speak about it and show it as our tragedy, and no fake will frighten us. Yesterday in our game, when we had an imitation of a press conference, someone asked the boy who was playing Stalin, tell us about Katyn. And if we know the truth, we still don't know the whole truth about Katyn. It will be easier for us, because we will not be afraid of anything. When we know the truth, no post-truth will be frightening us. But we need here very strong will to analyze the truth. As our colleagues were saying, the project which we shown in Sevastopol, the stories spoken by the people, on the 9th of May 1945, as Stratos said, was flown above the Berlin, and there was the red flag and the portrait of Stalin. At night it was lightened, and we don't know about it. But we found that in the memoirs of those who were the witnesses of these events. And this is an image already. This is an image. That's why we have a lot of things to do here. And we can try to prohibit something and to create some frameworks, the right frameworks, more seriously than the post-truth. But please keep up your work. Please go into the images. I wanted to give floor to Oleg Shevchenko, and he will give two speeches in one presentation. Oleg has provided a huge work, not only here in Moscow and Sevastopol, organizing the excursions throughout the time and places, but also he worked together with Yuri Yakovets in the archives. There were about more than 2,000 pages of unique documents. You have all the discs about it. Dear colleagues, it's nearly the end of the working day. That's why I will try to be very interesting. First of all, I will be interesting to myself, and I hope to be interesting to you. The speaker gives an artificial phrase based on the Russian language, in which all root morphemes are replaced with meaningless combinations of sounds. I will give you another example of a phrase at the non-existent language with non-existent words, but it will give you a certain emotion, certain images, and certain understanding of the reality of the person. The phrase comes from the doghouse of Glasnost. What I wanted to say, people believe that the discussion of words is the most meaningless in the world, but that's not true. We often speak in words which we don't understand, but which we feel. We know them, but we do not study them. Like in the not existing language, we see the words and we can imagine some image. The sense is obvious to us. I will risk to suppose that the word combination Yalta peace is such a reality. At the very beginning of our speech, Alexei Remyga said Look how many interesting synonyms we have. The endless Yalta peace, the historical truth, the immortal Yalta peace, as if we are working within one field and we are all immersed into the Yalta world and we understand it, it's clear to us, we understand it very well, we recognize it. But Alexei didn't say that we know this world. And this is the second part of my speech. What is science and what is a scientific fact? It is something unambiguous and proved by experiment. It's a scientific fact. Otherwise, it's not scientific, or probably it's approaching to scientific. In this sense, it's hard to say whether history is science or not. Is history science or art? Let's go back to Yalta peace. What does it mean? In the very general sense. Think about Vladimir Lenin, a wonderful practitioner. If we do not solve the general questions, this will also always come up in particular questions. The Yalta world has its beginning. When did it begin? In February 1945? Alexei Remyga showed us that there were some events which happened in Tehran which were related to Yalta. Is precondition the beginning of something, or this precondition doesn't have any relation towards the fact? The precondition of the Yalta peace is Tehran. The Atlantic Charter is the prerequisite of Tehran. Did Yalta Road start as the Atlantic Charter? No. We are coming into the zone of an open event, an event which has no beginning, and that's why it can have no end. The second question is about the end of the Yalta Road. Is it still existing here and now? Or has it already finished to exist? It's an important issue. If the Yalta peace is still here, it's a fact of history. The Westphal peace, the agreements between Sparta and Athens, do they exist now? No. These are just parts of the history which are being scrutinized by historians. The results of the Russian-Swedish peaceful treaty is the fact of the past. And what about the Yalta peace? Is it the fact of past or the fact of the current events? In the framework of our Soviet-Russian identity, in the framework of our perseverance, Yalta peace is the fact of our present. Remember what our speakers were saying today. And they were speaking very definitely. There are people who are trying to destroy Yalta peace. We are destroying, we are protecting, we are restoring the Yalta peace. We are always doing something with it, which means that it's not a fact of the past, it's the fact of our present, a lasting, continuous event. We can say that it's a dying out wave, but still, it seems pretty obvious. No, it's not. As Vladimir Putin likes to say, our Western partners have a principally different point of view. It would be ridiculous not to take this into consideration and not to accept that. For them, it's the time of a closed event. It started in February 1945. And it came to its end. When Roosevelt died or when the Soviet Union collapsed, it doesn't matter. It's a fact of history. It doesn't exist. And this is the main fact of the many volumes of British and American research dedicated to Yalta peace. Yalta peace is a Yalta conference. It started and ended together with Yalta conference. This was voiced by Truman, and Stalin said, do you remember we wrote down, we signed the communique, and Truman said, Yes, Roosevelt said that, but when did he say it? In the past. It's not the fact of reality anymore. It was in the summer of 1945. At the moment, we witness the fight of two worlds, the Yalta world and Yalta 45, the closed event and the open event. And it's a fact. It's a dialectical cooperation, or its emergence, or it doesn't matter. From the point of view of history, it's a way to fakes, to well-based fakes. If we consider that Yalta Peace is a part of historical science. From the point of view of historical science, the Yalta Peace doesn't exist. Why? Because there is no treatment, no agreement, no legal document signed in Yalta in 1945, which is having a real force today. The exception is on the Far East, but there it was also ratified. But this is something absurd. If we look at it from the point of view of objective historical way, but we are looking at it from the point of view of our present day. We feel that reality, and we here feel the misunderstanding from the point of view of our Western partners. And this moment where we can set aside history and politology, history and psychology, history and geopolicy, geostrategy, and we should understand that. And it seems to me that the Yalta Peace is not just the question of history. In the Russian Federation, there is no thesis in history dedicated to Yalta Peace or even to Yalta Conference. We don't have any dissertations on Yalta Conference. We don't have them. We don't even have a big enough part of a dissertation. There is only one, or there are probably two books dedicated to Yalta Conference, written by politologists, not by historians, because historians understand that, and it's a fact. That fact can be easily checked. If we go into the Russian state library, you can easily check it. What does it mean, a historical text? It means that you work with originals, with archived documents, with archived memoirs. We had such systematic works in the Soviet time and in modern Russia. There is a famous volume, the Soviet Union at the conferences of the Second World War. Are these facsimiles? Are they copies? No. Remyga was a very sensitive man. He said, there are some editorial comments about insignificant details, but the place where it was occupied is not shown. The first facsimile in the Russian language from Stalin documents was created by Narochinsky. Let us see at modern historians. Does anybody read Narochinsky? The number of links to the photographs are much lower than in the volume made in the Soviet Union. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs has provided a huge work, and they should be probably rewarded. But again, they opened up their old safes, the cases that they had, the files that were used by Molotov, digitalized, very logical, in free access. Would you like to look at the menu of the Tina? Would you like to see how diplomats received the instructions, how they should talk about the Yalta Conference? Any kind of secret materials of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs are now in the open access for the last several years. How many links we have to these resources? 2, 3, 4, no more than 10. You can check. I will be glad if you check me, but this was my job to provide systematic analysis. It was a part of my thesis, and I was surprised. But the fact is still there. there have not been any historical work, systematic work dedicated to Yalta peace. Why? Because it's a political issue. Yuri offered me to take part in his project. And the project is, for the first time, to create a Russian language database of the original documents of the Yalta peace. There have been several efforts to create such database in the English language. They were more or less successful. The British National Archive created more or less successful attempt, but the result of this work was a complex of materials, more than 2,000 pages. You have them in your files, where we have a complex of archive documents dedicated to Yalta peace. This is what the historians should have done in the 1980s or 90s, but they didn't. Who did? A doctor of economic science and a doctor of philosophy. Is it interesting? Yes, it is. The Yalta volume has several parts. I would like to tell in advance that we haven't done any great openings. We did not. We worked only with the open data, about 1,000 sites, books. Some of them are rare books, where we have archived data on the Yalta peace, starting from the real documents and coming to the memoirs of the witnesses. We don't even have a book of memoirs. When we decided to create this project, we didn't know where to put those memoirs, and we had to cut them. The memoirs of the Yalta conference have not been gathered into one volume. How should we work with them, with those bytes of information? So this disk is the first attempt to create a database. First, we wanted to make a printed book, but then we realized that it's a very huge volume. So actually, we are working from the objectively historical point of view, which is close to history. This only started this year, only this year. And we cannot see the end for this work. There are no competitors here. The volume of materials is too large. Now the question whether we should have started it. The work has been done. It's a big and really exhausting work, but is there any sense in it? Well, there is very practical use for the investigators who will try to understand whether a news is a fake news or a real news. Is it a misinterpretation? Isn't it funny? Does this book have any scientific value? Yes, it does. It's a systematic view of the reality, but this is a systematic view of Yakovets and Shevchenko. There are so many documents, they are so varied that there can be any kinds of configurations. The British and the Americans are already doing this. They first started to do practical solutions. For them, the Yalta conference was an ended event. It is in their past, and the first materials were published in the 1960s. We only published the original documents in the end of 70s. They started to create archives in 80s and 90s, and we are starting only now. We are being late, guys. It seems to me that this is not a self-value. It's an instrument, like a hammer. Is it a comfortable thing? Yes. You can put it on a shelf, but it will not make any sense. But if you use it in your everyday life, if you are a carpenter, then you need this hammer. And I see this as a daily tool for all of us who are dealing with the Yalta peace. You may even forget to give reference. We are not speaking about the copyright. We are speaking about the informational platform. We have it on a disk and on a website. of Yalta peace, and you can get acknowledged with these materials. Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, any questions, please? May I ask 2 questions, please? The first question is, if the Yalta peace exists, which I partially agree with you, but I would like to hear to your opinion, how is it shown in the modern world? And the second, you said that there are no theses about Yalta conference. What could be the problem of this thesis? Thank you. So how is the Yalta peace showing itself? First of all, in my opinion, Yalta peace is the first system of international communications where under the countries of the Eastern Bloc like China or the USSR can be subjects of international law. Not the objects, but full-fledged subjects. They try to limit us, and they try to impose something on us. But this right is still working, and it is supported by the right of veto in the Council in the Security Council, and it's the first for the first time in history. And for me, it's a very important part of the Yalta peace. This is the first factor. The second factor is decolonization. In the framework of the Yalta peace, the British Empire has stopped its existence as an empire. It became obvious in the framework of the communication of the 3 leaders. The process of decolonization was launched in Yalta. Such a situation is still kept up. There is a recolonization, and there are some attempts to get back into the orbit of colonization, but politically we can hardly mention getting back to the situation before the World War II. All the other issues have really been destroyed. There is destabilization going on at the moment. This Yalta world order has not been destroyed, but it is destabilized. Whether it will be Yalta 2, Yalta 3, but even when you read the Western newspapers, you can see headlines like Putin is creating Yalta 2, so Yalta is still existing. And about the possible problem in the thesis, it depends on the historical speciality. For example, in the work with archives, we need a work of brilliant archivists and the scientific turnover. We have documents from the file of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the file of Stalin, but there should be some other documents, for example, the train of Stalin, and in other ministers, for example, in the Ministry of Aviation. So we need a brilliant archivist who will work in archives. If we are speaking about the general history, we will be speaking about the Yalta world order as a system which organized the international world order, not in the framework of politics, but in the framework of Versailles system. There are theses on Versailles, but there are no theses on Yalta. What does it mean from the point of view of the international communication? Is Yalta the heir of Versailles or the opponent of Versailles? It's very interesting. I have a question. About Yalta peace, which brought us to creating the United Nations organizations. And in the end of the 19th century, our empire, not far from the Leeuwarden Palace, created the League of Nations. So this was created in the end of the 19th century, and the principles of peaceful coexistence of peoples were laid out in the League of Nations. Is there any difference between those principles which were laid by Nikolai II from the principles that were created by Joseph Stalin, Roosevelt, and Churchill? Thank you very much. There is a principal difference. First of all, it's not my emperor. Second of all, to define or to voice the principles which was done in the 19th century is one thing, but to implement and to create and to implement is something very different. If we are speaking about Nikolai II, he just pictured the contours, but if we are speaking about implementing, this is the truth of the Yalta World Order. Nikolai II was not supported. He was even rejected, but Yalta was not rejected. Even now, if they are saying that Yalta has been long ago, they still agree with its principles. Thank you. Your question. I first of all would like to make a compliment to the author who is separating political and historical issues. As a historian, I welcome such a position because when we are speaking about Tehran and Potsdam peace, we are speaking about just conferences, but here we are speaking about the world order, and it's a political issue. As for the historical question, I believe that we really need a very deep research about the preparation to this conference, the way it ran, and the consequences. I have two questions. The first one is, a part of documents were laid out into the free access. How many documents are still kept secret? And will they be open at the nearest future? And the second question, if we are speaking about the politics, everything has its beginning and its end, and if Russia now stays for the principles of the Yalta World Order, that today it is existing, because we are speaking about the fact that we are staying on the principles laid out at Yalta Conference. When will it come to its end? Will the beginning of the Third World War, or will it exist until the end of the United Nations? As for the first question, on the one hand, I know precisely about the number of the unopened documents, and I can make some suggestions, suppositions about the other documents. When we digitalized the file of Stalin, there was a comment. They had a good school of commenting. There was one very, very small comment on the documents. There are comments made by Stalin himself, readable and clear. So Stalin was working with those documents, and he gave some orders and he gave some opinions. So we scanned the documents, but we know that there were some comments by Stalin, but they were not scanned. I asked Narachinsky about it at one of the conferences. I asked about those comments, and I asked whether the comments will be digitalized. Her answer was not satisfactory to me. She said that from the technical point of view, it's very hard. To me, these comments are politically incredibly serious up to now. And we discussed that in SOVETSKO, and in the Russian Soviet volume, it looked very nice how Stalin spoke about the French, but when we saw the facsimile, we realized that Remyga had cut out a lot of quite rude remarks of Stalin towards the French, and some of such remarks are still unopened. The second issue about the documents is that the preparation towards this conference was very serious. There were some political preparation, the analysis of political allies and political documents. Those documents from the Commissariat of State Security and the documents which were seen by Molotov and Stalin are still not opened by NKVD. And there are certain discrepancies in the memoirs of the NKVD, which were published in 1990. So these documents do exist somewhere. I don't know how serious they are. As for your second question, when will the Yalta World Order will survive? We are at the moment supporting just one principle. If you read the latest speech by Putin, you will see that we are only supporting the equality of the sides. If I give you some concessions, you have to give some concessions to me, and I have the right not to make a step towards you. This was created in a very nice way in Yalta, and the spirit of Yalta, this parity of equality is very important. Will it be the United Nations or the League of Nations 2, or will it be the United Nations 3, or will it be the Emirate of Free Nations of the planet of Earth? It doesn't matter how it will be called. If the equality of states is the norm of the Yalta World Order, all the rest is abnormal. This Yalta World Order will be destroyed either by World War III, or if there are created some blocks which will destroy what we are calling the globalization, there will be countries of the United States and European alliance, so they will just block it. So this will be the destruance of the Yalta World Order. All the rest will be the heritage of the Yalta peace. And the last question, while Valery is preparing for the next speech, Alexander Sadowski, your question. Thank you very much for your very interesting speech. I saw a certain relation of reasons and consequences, and I have a question. There is a system of international communication which has been developed during thousands of years. In accordance with the Versailles Treaty, it was formed, and then it developed further. Then there was the Paris Peace, and important nations took part in the creation of this world, and then Versailles, Washington, Yalta peace, and the end of the Soviet Union. And my question is simple, but at the same time complex. Let's look into the future. How has this system developed? There was some certain strain, then the spring was pressurized, and we prepared to form and launch a new system. There was sometimes a transformation of an existing system. So when we used the same system but in another way. So my question is the following. You have partially answered it actually. What do you think about the development of the international communications in the nearest 5, 7, 10 years? Will there be launched a new mechanism will it be based on what principles will it be based? Who will be the key players, and what will happen with the Yalta principles? Will they remain unchanged, or they will be changed in some way? Thank you. If I could answer your question, I would probably should be given the position of the Minister of the Foreign Affairs of the Russian Federation. Unfortunately, I can't do that, but I will answer you. There is a certain system here. Westphal and Versailles and the Congress in Venice, these were systems of friendship against someone, and in the result of the harmonious development of Europe was the result of friendship against someone. And Tehran also started as a friendship against Germany. But in Yalta, this friendship against has changed its format. We realized that we should be friends for something. Someone told today that this was a conference for the peace. It was against Germany, but it was for the peace. For the first time in the history of mankind, we realized that we should be friends not against someone, but for something. In the nearest 5 years from my own bell tower of an institute in Yalta, I can see that we are going back to the Westphal format, when we are friends with someone against some very specific organizations. In the nearest 5-7 years, this friendship against someone will be strengthened. Either Russia will find a good friend. An ethnic cannot exist if it doesn't have friends. If we find a friend, there will be either subordination of one bloc and strengthening of the other, or they will be balancing this subordination between themselves. What is a simulator? It is an empty model. It's not an illusion. It's a perception of the world in a model format. We can get pressurized in time. There are people who were pressurized in the Soviet Union. There are people who are pressurized in the hippie culture. They're still hippies. There are lots of informational possibilities to freeze the situation. For me, the optimum solution will be to freeze the situation, but most probably the situation will not be frozen. And I think that it's the work of diplomats and politicians to make short-term forecasts. But this friendship against someone will be a death poison against Yalta. But if we are freezing, this will be friendship against someone. Yalta, thank you very much for your interesting speech and for this unprecedented work. Let us give applause. I would also risk to say that we have tried to find the fact, the truth, the post-truth. This is truth. This is fact, qualified by personal energy and personal feelings. And a very short question about the archives. I will give floor to Institute Sorokin Kondratyev. I managed to see the archives, and I received volumes 2, 3, 4 for the Kondratyev case, 500 pages. Only some of these protocols were published several years ago, but there are 500 unpublished pages. And I asked about the first and second volume, and they give us the first 2 volumes, and there I see a list of 24 volumes of the whole case. Partially it is dedicated to other, they are dedicated to other figurants, but I asked for those 24 volumes, and they give me those volumes, and I see volume number 29. So 5 volumes related to 29. So there is a big, strong possibility that such archives will not ever be published. I managed to look through several pages. The second example, when we finished our work on the 12-volume work on the Great Patriotic War, we thought about 100 volumes of the documents of the Supreme Commander. These are 10,000 documents of the highest military commander. They are partially published, like the nuclear project, some parts of the nuclear project, a very small part of it. The project was not authorized. In our culture, we are working without this huge document. And another very important issue, we have an archive dedicated to Bretton Woods history. It's a personal archive, and there are some children who were of the participants are still alive, and it's to the question whether the spirit of Yalta is still alive. We wanted to become full-fledged members of the World Bank of the Bretton Woods, and the first argument in our appointment was application was we were among the organizers. The Russia became member in 1992. When we were strong, it was one position, but in 45 years it was a very different position. Something has survived, but something has lost its actual power. Mr. Pitirim, Vice President of the Russian Academy of Science, he will be speaking about the Director of Open Ecology Institute on the role of UN in solving global problems of environmental safety. Dear Alexander and Sergei, dear colleagues, today we have been talking for a long time about global problems, the problems of the whole planet, where for this or that reason the United Nations organization took part. We are speaking about the period of 70 years, 75 at the most, and this is not a long period compared to the period of the existence of humankind. This is about 1 million times less. And I would like to say here that as Yuri Yakovets asked me to give a speech at this wonderful Congress, as the first day from my point of view shows the high level and shows very well prepared materials, and I will be speaking in my speech about the participation of United Nations in solving global environmental issues. And I would like to draw your attention first of all at the fact that a human being, as the analysis of historical facts shows us, for the last 75 million years of its existence, when a human being asked for help from grass, plants and animals which existed at the moment when a person was appeared. This was certainly, there were certain attempts of probably the most wise people. Maybe they were not very well educated, because there was no education at all probably, but there were some attempts from the cleverest people to overcome the negative effects of the environment on the human beings, to overcome those, in modern terms, environmental stresses which a person was suffering. And in fact, such conscientious attempts to overcome environmental stress, as we call them today, chemical, biological, physical stresses, Alexander mentioned them, they actually refer to Middle Ages. But even in Middle Ages, even such a genius as Leonardo da Vinci, who in 1492 drew his famous Vitruvian Man, shown here, and the original of which is kept in the Academy of Florence, he couldn't even imagine what environmental stresses we will go through. But as we are short of time, and I need to tell you at least several aspects, we will probably leave something out and go on. I would like to say, by 16th century, a famous Holland, Dutch or German, I don't remember, probably he was both, a famous European geologist, George Agricola, realizing that when we melt metals from some gases are evaporating from the ores, and these gases give environmental stress to the workers who were melting metals. He thought that situation over, and he offered to build special two-story melting houses. You can read about it in a magazine, in which, and you can see that on the ground floor, Agricola worked with his workers and melted the metals, and on the second floor there were openings in the roof, openings in the ceiling of the ground floor, and the gases were absorbed by the water on the second floor in special boilers, and absorption of these gases allowed it not to evaporate into the environment the toxic gases, which, as we know today, are very dangerous, like oxides of sulfur, oxides of nitrogen. They are very toxic, and they are the reasons of the diseases which are called chronic bronchitis and asthma and ischemic heart disease. And later on, we gained more and more experience, but in fact the human beings started to solve environmental issues starting from the middle of the 20th century, and here I will be very, very brief. You will read about it in the article in more detail. I will like to give you some examples that by 1950s in Japan, in the Bay, Yamamata Bay, several thousand people died of the salts of mercury, which came from the food of people who lived around this bay. The situation developed very, very slowly in terms of investigating the reasons, and even the involvement of a very young organization, United Nations organizations, which in 5 or 6 years created a commission which for the next 8 or 9 years investigated the case, and only by the end of 1960s, the beginning of 1970s, it was found out that people were dying because of the fact that in the seafood that they were consuming, there were those toxic elements, the salts of mercury, which provoked the death of people because their brain was destroyed and they suddenly lost their memory. Today we call it the disease of Yamamoto and Alzheimer. And when we found that out in detail, can you imagine that only 7 years ago, in 2013, there was accepted a so-called Minamax Convention, which prohibits the contact of a person with mercury in any kind of forms. But look at this situation. Yesterday I was on my way in an airplane, and those who were flying together with me, who ate those sandwiches, tuna sandwiches? Can you raise your hands? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4. Do you know that tuna is a fish which is accumulating the salts of mercury if compared to any other food, seafood? I certainly avoided eating this tuna sandwich, and I didn't allow it to my wife, and I also asked the senior steward, and I wrote my recommendation in the book for those people who are organizing catering for the air company, float passengers, that they cannot do this in the year 2020. And people know for 50 years already that you should not feed tuna fish to people because it provokes the destruction of the hormone system, and that it accumulates carcinogenic elements. They thanked me and they said that they didn't know that. And the problem is, and today we discussed the problem of fakes and how they emerge. They emerge very easily in the USA, for example. The state organizations which are responsible for the quality of the environment 40 years ago issued a special bulletin where they published the numbers, and they said that if in seafood there are 0.12 milligrams of mercury, such products can only be eaten once a week. If there are 0.24 milligrams, then you can eat it, half of it. So with the existing norms in Europe and in the United States, seafood can be eaten only once in 2 months. Any kind of seafood, fish, and any kind of seafood. Who knows about that? Only specialists who read this document in America or in Europe. But when you come to any port city, you enjoy the fish market, you love the way this fish look, you love the way the sailors are handling this fish, because they bring the fish by 8 o'clock in the morning because they go to the sea at 3 a.m. and they write the ads buy the fresh, environmentally friendly fish. Is it truth or is it a fake? We spoke a lot about fake today. It's a lie, because this fish contains toxic salts of mercury. Is the sailor responsible for this lie? No, he isn't. Because if you come up to him and you ask him how much metal mercury is there in your fish, he will look at you like on an idiot. I have tried it several times in different places, in Argentina, in Boston, in Japan, anywhere, because the sailor has no notion what you're asking about. So what we are speaking about here? We are speaking about the incredibly low level of environmental literacy of the people of the world. And the problems that the specialists are speaking about stay at the level of those specialists. In 1960s, a young American journalist, Rosa Carson, wrote a book, Science Spring, which was translated into Russian, in which a very emotional girl wrote about the fact that the birds are not singing in America anymore. It was in 1962, and she was not indifferent to this fact, unlike the majority of inhabitants of our world. Okay, the birds are not singing anymore, it's a pity, but no one is involved in the efforts to solve this problem. And she created a campaign, she organized people, and a commission which she gathered found out that the problem is not in birds that are not singing anymore, because there are birds in the United States and they are singing, but the number of birds was decreasing at that time, and it is still decreasing. Why? And the commission, a highly qualified commission of experts, found out that less birds are born because the whole surface of Earth is contaminated with chlororganic pesticides, and there are dozens of types of such pesticides, and they are made in millions of tons, and they are used everywhere. Why do people use such pesticides? For different reasons. In agriculture, it seems that it's very positive to create the crops of some cultures, but the wind takes these highly toxic chlororganic materials around the world, and the whole earth is covered with those chlororganic pesticides, and birds eat those pesticides because they have to provide some food from earth in the fields, on the farms, and when these chlororganic pesticides get into the bodies of birds, in the eggs, those pesticides prevent the formation of the necessary layer of the egg. So the egg is not hard enough, and when a small bird is developing within this egg, they destroy the egg from within, and they get out of it and prematurely, and they die because they are born prematurely. And look, in 1962 the book was published, and it took the United States 10 years to prohibit the use of such pesticides in the USA and all over the world, including the Soviet Union. So the use of the DDT, this famous insecticide. But at that moment, in different parts of the world, the malaria became stronger, and when the United Nations organization started to work over this problem, they came to a conclusion that they have to take special convention which will prohibit the use of highly toxic pesticides. And by that time I was already in the working group of the United Nations in 1993, and we were preparing this convention with the representatives of other 28 most developed countries, and in 2001 this convention prohibits the use of chlororganic elements, 12 elements, 8 of them are pesticides, 2 are industrial products, polychloride diphenyls, and non-synthesized byproducts, which also were included in the list of those 12 most toxic elements. So this convention was signed by Russia in 2011. In 2002 it was ratified. But the lists of elements, the most toxic element was DDT, but it still has a star which says that it still can be used in those places where potentially one can expect malaria. But you understand, what does it mean that it should be used? You have to have it, and it means that you have to produce it, and the most powerful chemical companies of the world are still producing it. It's another example. In 1970s, in one of the cities of Silesia, was a major explosion of other industrial chlororganic products, and in the result, the atmosphere at the site and in the city, several thousand people died because they were poisoned by the most toxic of the elements produced by people, which became the reason of death for those people. In 1980s, the most awful event was the Chernobyl accident in Ukraine, and for half a year, as you know, all the emissions into the atmosphere were spread throughout Europe, from the Atlantic Ocean to the Urals, as the further investigation has shown, as there was nothing to prevent those isotopes from flying, and only in half a year over this exploded reactor was created a dome which managed to stop these isotopes from the following spread. During half a year they could not solve the issue of this dome, so the proposals to construct it were made in the first days by academic Legasov, who was the director, the head of faculty in our institute. In 1990s, the accumulation of those dioxins and furans in the breast milk of the breastfeeding mothers all over the world achieved a very high level, and that was shown in a special research of the World Health Organization, which was headed by its subsidiary of the United Nations, and it was headed by one of the most prominent women of the 20th century, Doharan Brunnen, but she realized by that time that all her children were born with very serious problems, and when they analyzed, they found out that this report that they had created on the polychlorides, these are the elements which are used in electric transformers and condensators all over the world. Without any special need, I will not go into detail because we are short of time, and Mrs. Brundtland, signing this report, said in such a way the mothers all over the world have no moral right to breastfeed their children because they will create the problems in the hormone system, and they will create cancer in their organisms. The whole publication was burnt out because it was unwelcomed, and Mrs. Brundtland was taken out of the position of the chairwoman of the World Health Organization, despite of the fact she had been twice the Prime Minister of Norway, because, for example, she was the first in the world to force the law which made the gas and oil companies to pay $50,000 to the personal account of each citizen of Norway to solve social issues of each of these civilians, for example, for education, for housing, for health issues, and so on. And here, as you see, once again, this list shows that there was the role not so much of the United Nations in the approach to those problems, but of separate personalities such as academic legacy, the journalists from the United States, such as Mrs. Brundtland in the history of the dark science in breast milk. But at least they created a force which allowed it. You have probably seen this picture in Rio de Janeiro in 1992. We had the first summit of the world leaders at the level of the United Nations Organization on the Safety and Development. And the main document of it became the so-called booklet Agenda 21. It's the agenda for the 21st century, which among other very important environmental issues included a special clause 19, which was dedicated to toxic chemical materials. What has changed since that time? You can imagine that nearly 30 years have passed since 1992. Many things have changed, but mainly they changed in the countries of the Big 20, in which there are very strong trade unions, where the level of environmental culture is much higher than in other 200 countries, members of the United Nations. But in the majority of other 220 countries, there are still grey clouds of fog over farms and plants. There are millions of cars. There are tens of thousands of planes, and there are also spaceships, and let's go on. Here you can see the pictures you well know. On the left you can see the traffic jams in megapolises. All the gases which are evaporated here are very dangerous. The airplanes, the spaceships which are launched in order to, for example, provide a trip for a very rich tourists, for just one or two people. And above those pictures I show very simple equations from the organic chemistry. C9H20 is one molecule of fuel in a car which, when burnt out, destroys 14 molecules of oxygen in the atmosphere, and it gives 19 molecules of dioxide of carbon dioxide, and provides evaporation of water. As for the planes, this is C15H32, it destroys 23 molecules of oxygen and evaporates 15 molecules of toxic gases, and the world is admired by Elon Musk, but he is not very much environmentally friendly. He's not very human friendly. Why? Because his spaceship is using as a fuel 50 by 50 mixture of fuel of kerosene and liquid oxygen, and there is an article in the internet which has proved that the back flight of two rich tourists who traveled to the International Space Station and back evaporated 50,000 kilograms of liquid oxygen. And we today are suffering from hypoxia, the lack of oxygen, and when people who are suffering from coronavirus start to breathe with the oxygen in the hospital, it happens just because there is not enough oxygen in their lungs. We know about that, and this picture shows us that we are cutting down the trees which are enriching our lungs with oxygen, and we are cutting the forests down around the Amazon River, in Siberia, and more we are destroying the oxygen in the environment. Where is the United Nations organization who is not preventing this cutting down of the forests? And another important issue which we first faced 30-40 years ago in the countries of the Big 20, but in Russia we knew about it at the same time, but we didn't face it at that time ourselves. 25 years ago, I already wrote in the mass media and in scientific magazines that the waste deposits of municipal solid wastes, one of which is shown here, fuming and burning, and they are all either fuming or burning, and they are all creating polynuclear benzoapparents and benzocaflaron dioxins, formaldehyde, and other toxic materials. As you know, we have faced it only when the Russian people came out of those waste deposits. It was just 2 years ago, and they lay around those waste deposits, and the president visited them in Moscow region, and Vladimir Putin told to the governor of the Moscow region that if within 2 years all the waste deposits will not be destroyed in Moscow region, then he will think about the new governor. And the machine, as we say, started to work. There were sent several presidential bills, there were several orders by the governments, and the necessary laws were accepted by the State Duma, and they were accepted by the Federal Council, and starting from the 1st of January 2019, we are living in the conditions of the new ways of handling municipal solid wastes. I was also asked to take part in this work. I have 45 years of experience, but I was invited to solve this issue, and in particular together with the CEO of RT Invest, who is the key organization for waste handling in Moscow region, and who is the leader in the country. And after the Moscow region, there are Tatarstan, Perm region, But on a whole, as the report of the calculating chamber of the Russian Federation, the first 2 years were a failure in the country. Why? It's the situation is not changing, despite of the fact that there are bills and acts. The people who were charged with it. The main reason is that people who were charged with this issue don't know how to handle waste. So they don't know what they're doing. And to have this, to know this, they should know very simple things. And we wrote about it in the magazine Environment and Industry of Russia in May this year. I'm short of time, but it's very easy to show it just on one example. When we get glass from sand, we make some glass products which then become glass weight, and this glass weight should not be brought to waste deposit, but they should be recycled. The same is true about metals. When we get them from metal ores, I told you about Agricola, and when we get metal products which are then deposited, they should not be brought to waste deposits. They should be recycled. The same is true about paper and carbon. When we get wood and cellulose from which we get paper, and the paper waste should be again recycled into cellulose, and we should get new paper. The same is true about polymers. But with polymers it's a bit more complicated because we are careless. We have 10 different kinds of polymers which we had started to use in everyday life. But we should understand that when those polymer wastes are coming into the most modern recycling plants, which we have 4 in the Moscow region, they recycle 700,000 tons of waste a year, and we have the new plants being constructed to rework the recycled metals, glass, polymers, and paper, and there is a huge construction underway, and it's a whole new industry. And when you read that, say, Rosatom, Rostech, and Wipro, which is representing one of the richest state corporations in city development, they sign a convention on creation of a new infrastructure for the nearest 10 years to plant at least 25 huge plants for the total sum of 600,000 million rubles. You understand that this can be done, but this should be done around the country in all the entities. And the real situation is that Moscow, St. Petersburg are not ready to get involved into this program, and it has taken them already 18 months to get prepared to get into this program. That is why here we are speaking about the implementation of the principles. All those calculations and analysis were provided in the framework of a now famous science which is called the life cycle analysis, which is performed in the frameworks of cyclic and circular economy, and we are speaking about it everywhere, but here it has a very specific implementation. And I would like to draw your attention to the fact that the principles of cycling economy, as it has been analyzed in the United Nations, and I also had to take part in such discussions when on the second or third summit of the world leaders on safety and development in Johannesburg in 2002 and in Rio in 2012, where I made a speech. I was astonished by the fact that all the leading thoughts about the cyclic economy and the recycling were voiced, and the majority representatives did not want to take part in it, refused to take part in it, and said to the Big 20 that we will first reach the economic level of your countries and afterwards we will speak about sustainable development, about the provision of environmental safety, on the rational use of land and on the self-supporting economy and the solutions of social problems such as science and culture. At that moment I proposed this model of a bus, meaning that environmental problems are hard to solve. Actually, environmental issues are two-folded. On the one hand, you have to provide for rational use of nature resources, and on the other hand, you have to provide for environmental safety. And then you see the model of a bus, where we have the society, the inhabitants of the earth, and to make this bus move forward, you need to provide adequate pressure in all the four wheels. Now the situation is even worse. I will take 5 more minutes if you let me, because it's incredibly important, because you have probably seen that on the 21st of July this year there was an act by our president on the new paradigm of sustainable development in Russia, where we have not the 4 priorities as in my bus model, but 5. The 5th is digitalization. So it's the importance of big data, and it is said that the economy should be digitalized and all our activities should be digitalized. It's hard to disagree here, so I had to redraw the 4-wheeled bus into a 5-rayed star, and to think about the famous song by Yuri. Here the star has come out, the star of the sustainable development in Russia. But this program should take the next 10 years, up to the year 2030. Thanks to this act, all the talks about the fact that Russia doesn't have any program of the development have no further basis, because this act very clearly states the 5 main directions, and it states, instead of 17 goals of sustainable development together with the bus model, now there are 25 very clear goals of sustainable development. And when we are speaking, when I was talking to some very authoritative people, it's so easy. Give Mr. Mishustin 5 adequate vice premiers who are adequate for this act, and each of them should be working with a separate direction, and 25 adequate ministers, who will be, each of which will be responsible for one of the tasks. Everything will be okay. They told me, you're so optimistic. Yes, I'm an optimist. Here it is, my star. I will briefly talk about the second most important environmental issue, which is called the minor environmental stress. This is the global climate change. Up to now, we were speaking about carbon dioxide, and carbon dioxide was blamed of everything, and they said that if we minimize the carbon issue, and if we use electromobiles instead of fueled cars, in Moscow we are replacing them, and it is already obvious. We have electric trolley buses replaced with electric buses, and the trolley buses are taken away, and we don't have enough buses. So we hope that by some time we will get more buses, and so the problem of carbon dioxide will become less hard. But what is the real problem of the climate change? What has carbon dioxide done? It has provided such an obvious climate change that the Arctic ices are melting and Antarctic ice are melting. Spitsbergen and Greenland ices are melting. This has been proven by many expeditions. We have now new islands emerging on the maps just because the ices are melting, and underneath the ice we have found the island. And the most important issue is that we have established, about speaking about fakes and facts, the first important fact: methane molecule CH4 has the potential of warming, which is 86 times stronger than the potential of carbon dioxide. So the amount has been done and is being thrown into the atmosphere. There are polygons, there are methanes which are emitted with oil production, and the main issue is that I will show you the picture which will probably surprise you. When at the first year on the chemical university you are studying the clusters of water, which looks like Adidas footballs. Why it is important to know this? Because in each empty space of this cluster, as we found out when we were studying the ices of Arctic and Antarctic, there is one molecule of methane, and when the ice is melting, the methane is discharged into the atmosphere, and the amount of methane which is flying into the atmosphere from the Arctic, from the Antarctica, from Greenland, from all the melting ices is incredibly large, and that is why this melting of ices is multiplied and more methane is being discharged. What does it mean? It means that there are areas of ice with the size of France. 2 years ago, Antarctic lost a piece of ice which was large enough to cover France. And last year there was a piece of ice which is as big as Beijing and which looks like a map of Beijing. What happens with these pieces of ice? They get into the ocean and they start melting, and the level of water is increasing. And when some people say, why did the level of water in Amur came up by 6 meters? Because it's natural, and the calculations say that if the methane is being discharged at the same level, then in 30 years, by the year 2050, the level of water in the world ocean, you're all at your places, will increase by 64 meters. 64 meters. Everybody asks me, is it true? Maybe it's 64 centimeters. So it will come up to Moscow? I'm not sure whether it will reach Moscow, because we don't have here any big rivers around Moscow, but the Americans are calculating the damage which will be suffered by the United States, and they know that 20% of New York will be underwater, 40% of Los Angeles, and 85% of Miami. These are the data that were shown at the latest sessions of the United Nations. So the nitrogens, the methane, the ices are melting, and the ice is providing more and more methane. And I would also like to draw your attention to the latest numbers. The potential of the greenhouse evaporation, of water evaporation. And when you are burning carbon dioxide, you get a lot of water evaporated. And this water evaporation has the greenhouse potential of up to 302, which is 4 times higher than for methane. It's 302 times higher than for carbon dioxide. We will not speak about the Amundsen Sea, the further melting of ices. And the last point, just a few minutes. Of course, today we cannot speak about biological stress, microbiological stress. That is why I had to merge into bacteria and viruses and study them, which I sometimes do, but actually I'm a chemist by background, because they said that this will be about biology, but as soon as the coronavirus came here, I got in touch with my colleagues from Johns Hopkins University, because this is the leading organization on viruses in the world, and they sent me some materials, and here on the right you can see a structure of the coronavirus. You can see 3 layers. You have the RNA molecule of ribonucleic acid. This molecule is surrounded by protein molecules, and all this is surrounded by natural fats, lipids. There are no cells, there is no cytoplasm, there is no possibility to split. And they are saying that this is not a biological creature, but this is a chemical molecule. And to those who are interested, I have dreamt for a poem saying, what about the coronavirus? It's a 3-molecular complex, RNA, protein, and lipids, and it's very glorious. Okay, let us go on. As for the bacteria, I will not speak about some basics. I would just like to say that when in 2010, in April, in the results of drilling shaft was welded by a worker who was deprived of sleep before that, and the same time this shaft provided isotopes for half a year. The same time this shaft was providing oil into the water of the Mexico Gulf, and as the Gulf Stream is starting there, this oil went to the oceans, and the amount of oil was more than the capacity of Gulf Stream, and the Gulf Stream stopped. I was very much surprised because I like mountain skiing, and I was surprised that in Andorra it was impossible to ski for the next 2 years, and the colleagues explained to me that the Gulf Stream has stopped because of the petroleum pie which was created in the Mexican Gulf was so huge and so heavy that it stopped Gulf Stream, and therefore the Gulf Stream stopped bringing warmth to the Western Europe, and the climate has radically changed. But as this was a huge accident, and the loss was several hundreds billions of dollars, so the British Petroleum Company, who was responsible for these works, they made a tender for the way to get rid of this petroleum pie, and they created a bacteria which was called Synthe Mycoplasma laboratorum, and thanks to this bacteria, which was metabolizing with an incredible speed in this petroleum pie, within the next 3 years they managed to destroy this petroleum pie. But my colleague Irina Yermakova, the doctor of biological science and vice president Levashov in the Academy of Geopolitical Studies, she is saying that Cynthia today, as it needs to eat something, and there are so many molecules of Cynthia in those waters, and Cynthia is now getting on the shores of Normandia, of Germany, of Canada, and it is eating out everything organic it can consume. But it's a separate issue, and we don't have any precise data on that, but I hope that we will soon about this in the nearest future. That is why, coming back to the latest 2 slides about coronavirus, I would like to say the following: that with my habit to get into different encyclopedias and dictionaries, I wanted to know what does the Latin word virus mean. It means poison. But there are no other unambiguous meanings, and poison is also a chemical thing. And the data which had been sent to me from Johns Hopkins, these data may be proved, but this is a 3-molecule complex. It's poisonous. And if you haven't heard, I will tell you about how it works. It's very light and it's flying in the air. It can get into the organisms through 3 ways: through the mucus of your eyes, nose and mouth. That's why there is the recommendation to wear glasses as close as possible and to wear masks which are covering your nose and mouth. As soon as it gets into the mucus, it gets on your throat. You know that we have 2 throats, the one for breathing and the other for digesting. It normally, so here you can see the coronavirus on the left. This kind of connections which allow the virus to get on the surface of your throat. And it exists in your throat for 3 or 4 hours. And there is another recommendation to drink water every 3-4 hours. For example, some tea or so at 8 o'clock during the breakfast, at 12 o'clock at lunch, at 5 o'clock tea, and at 8 with your dinner, or just hot water. Hot water can pretty well destroy this virus. It melts the fatty layer, the lipid layer, and the virus gets into your digestion system and gets out of your organism in a natural way. So those who are not drinking enough hot water, taking into consideration the second wave of the pandemic, I recommend you to drink as much as possible. The picture on the right shows that the number of deaths from the coronavirus is not in fact as big as from other types of viruses. As you can see, our virus, SARS-CoV-2, which is the source of coronavirus disease. So this is a disease of coronavirus. So these green cups are smaller at the level of the SARS which we had in 2002 with what was called atypical pneumonia, if you remember. There was such an episode 18 years ago. So relative number of deaths is not that high, but we should not we should not relax about it. The number of deaths may grow if we do not protect ourselves. And I think that is all. Please show the next. I thank you for your attention. Please take care of yourself, especially take care and protect yourself from coronavirus. Thank you very much. I think we will ask questions in a working order. I believe that such sacred silence during this academic report shows that this is absolutely our theme, the theme of United Nations. Thank you very much. Thank you. Dear colleagues, we will have to leave at 6 o'clock and I'm asking everybody who will have time to speak today to restrain themselves. Nikolai Lukinovich. Is Denise here? Denise? I will try to be very brief because I understand that the colleagues are tired and the amount of information is very huge. The theme is global economical risks in the process of developing Yalta 2. I would like to say that the notion of Yalta 2 is not scientific. It emerged in the mass media after the president offered the meeting of 5 permanent members of the Security Council. These permanent members became permanent members during the formation of the Yalta World Order after the World War II. Why this issue has emerged? What is the sense of it, and why is it so important right now? If we are speaking about the analogy, why should we meet if in Yalta they met and there was the issue of friendship against someone? He actually quoted the maxim of a German philosopher who said that the main political issue is to find the right enemy. But we don't have any enemies, we have only partners. It seems so. The second issue is, yesterday Sergei Zhelatik said that the modern age is the end of the liberal globalization. And liberal globalization is focused on the maximum lessening the role of a national state. So if we are speaking about a crisis, what kind of lessening can we are speaking about? The role of big states should be increased, such states as Russia, for example. This is the next reason. The last very important issue, which is related to the previous ones, is that we should understand very clearly that against Russia, at least in the virtual space and in mass media, there has been launched an unnamed war. So there is policy and there is history. There is a maxim by Professor Pokrovsky who said that history is a politics which was discharged into the past. And if we are speaking about the measurement of the position of Russia in the world order, and you know that in the mass media there is a discussion why is Russia having this permanent membership in the Security Council, and on the enlarging the number of permanent members, and the initiative was aimed to show that Russia is alive, that it has the right for this place, but how is this supported by real actions, and does it correspond to a global situation? Many people are speaking about the war. We should mention here that the essence of war has not yet been disclosed. People may speak about virtual war, information war, but what is a war? There is a European approach to the notion of war, and Europeans believe that war is a physical violence, it's a very obvious aggression, but there is a Chinese view that war is a way of cunning, the way of lying. And the best win is when you don't have to use any arms. So, should we be focused on the European approach or on the Chinese approach? But what is the universal? Everybody knows that in the modern policy, the military factor is becoming more and more important. Why? Because the level of uncertainty is growing. When the old rules of game are not working anymore, and the new rules of game have not been created, and this uncertainty increases the level of risks. So, why we are increasing the factor of uncertainty? We can see that the cost of arms has grown, that we are spending more and more on the arms, including the 5 permanent members of the Security Council. There is an English meteorologist who was dealing with the geopolitics, and he analyzed the level of state budgeting for arms in European countries for several years before the World War I, and he forecasted the incoming war with the precision of several months. And we can also remember the quotation about the rifle, which will certainly shoot in the 4th act if it is on the wall in the 1st act of a play. So why should we start a war? There are people who believe that global war is not very necessary. There is a golden rule. You cannot start the war if you are not sure that you will get back all the money you spent on it. Can any forced spendings be returned in a global world? That is why we are now getting to the networks which are very different from the networks of the World War I and World War II. There are some people who believe that it was actually one war with a pause between them. What should be done to get profit? You should provide new kinds of weapons. There are many kinds of weapons. Ethnic weapons, psychotropic weapons. We can count and count, and there is no trustworthy information in open press about these new kinds of weapons. At least there is a discussion. The next issue, does the geopolitical factors of uncertainty create the risks of increasing political and military conflicts and regional wars, which we can witness at the moment all over the world? But the war, if we are speaking about it as a synthetic notion, it's also having impact on social and cultural life. Some people think that war is something very unnatural to human science, but in ancient Greece, writers wrote that wars bring happiness to people and wellness, and because wars are preventing people of rotting. And despite of the fact that all the technical devices actually were created for armed conflicts, and our transition towards new economical ways of life were possible thanks to the wars. It's not a question to discuss, actually. So if we suppose, if we develop this thought that a war is a synthetic notion, how does a war influence the economy? There is a famous phrase by Marshal Montecuccoli: for a war you need only 3 things: money, money, and once more money. Is it fair? To a certain degree, it is, because the main issue is not the money and the armament, but the spirit of the people. So after the Second World War, there was a theory of the 4th measure, which was published by Colonel Messner. It's the fight for the knowledge, for the spirit of the people. That side will win, who will be able to impose its values and senses to the other side. How does it happen? Very simply, by processing the mass perception. For example, The Americans, before they start the operation in Iraq, they for a long time calculated the sociological attitude of Americans towards this war. When the majority of Americans were processed into thinking positively about this war, then the government started the war. This is provided a concept of the modern wars. So these are wars of not of time and geographical space. The risks are economical risks. They are connected with the reshuffling the forces and resources in the modern economy. The competition of China and the United States of America from the economical sphere is getting into biological sphere and military. This is a fact, but on the other hand, we can say that the economies of these countries are connected with each other, are strongly connected with each other, and that the United States is the major market for the Chinese products, and thanks to them, majorly thanks to them, the Chinese economic miracle has become possible. But then we have the further question. It's a very complex economy, but what can be defined by private competitions? The world has come into a world war of technologies. The one who will be the leader in the digitalization, China or the USA, will rule the world. We had a talk with Andrei here, and he believes that China will be the winner. But the Bloomberg analytical company doesn't believe so. That's the issue of time. Sergeyevich believes that the United States begin and lose. It's hard to judge at the moment because we are lacking information, and we are coming into a state of complete uncertainty here. And speaking about the modern situation, the instability is characterized by the fact that the mass media are, as Solonevich mentioned, in the middle of the 20th century, they become the workshops to create lies. And the main issue for us, for the scientists, for the analysts of any specialty, is to assess the reality in the right way. There is a wonderful book, a wonderful article of General Sorokin, who survived in the World War I. He said that when we cannot assess the reality, it's a sleep of the nation, and sleep of the nation is the end of its civilization. When I was a sea officer, I was taught to prefer bitter truth to sweet lies, because sweet lies are getting you to sleep, and you cannot get the right decision. And the task of the economic community is to show and to find the ways of solving the issues. Thank you very much, Denisov. And the next will be Vladimir Zhuvalov and Mr. Chistinin. Dear colleagues, please remember about self-restrictions. Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank you for the invitation to this wonderful possibility to talk. I represent not an academical science community, but we are dealing with very specific themes of regulating conflicts, and it's more and more obvious that these kind of problems will become global, and from the point of view of global geopolicy and the influence of the major world organizations on the maintaining peace, the practice which we have obtained, especially in the post-Soviet era, is creating a very hard feeling, especially for the forecasts which we are giving for the possible perspective. So the United Nations was created as an organization which should have provided peace and security, but we have to say that the United Nations as a structure responsible for peace is not able to influence the global peace and safety. And in my opinion, it's not very logical, but actually it is so. It can have influence at regional levels, but everything that is going between the key players is happening beyond the United Nations. Probably we can say that some major principles were not laid there at the very beginning. The General Assembly never had the possibility to take decisions which were absolutely binding for all the participants. And look at the contemporary Security Council of the United Nations. For the last several decades, all the military actions are legitimate because they are approved by the permanent members of the Council, of the Security Council. It seems that you are looking after the third class TV show, and I think that all the colleagues who are following the discussions in the Security Council, such problems as Ukraine, Donbass, Crimea, have many times noticed that such discussions cannot be called scientific, and they cannot be called discussions, first of all. Nobody is interested in arguments. For the last 10 years, we have many times been faced with the situations when the world leaders tried to show some very strong evidence provided by one or another country, and later on we found out that this was a fake. At the same time, the initiative which is aimed at coming back to world communication, it's an interesting initiative. It is supported by all the members, but we know that the negotiations are not provided anymore. They are blocked because each state understands that in the current situation the risks are higher than the potential fruits which can be brought by such cooperation. And the scientists and politicians in Russia and abroad still see the United Nations as the instrument to prevent wars, but its weakness actually prevents us to keep up with the old treaties that we had as a heritage from the bipolar world. And here it is very important to prevent conflicts. There are about 70 peacekeeping missions initiated by the United Nations. They were very different, with different numbers of people, with different ethnical issues. About 20% of all these missions can be considered to be successful. Though there is also a question to the criteria of success, of course, but just as an example, we can say that some missions at the moment, for example, a mission of surveillance at the border between Israel and Pakistan. And here, once more, we would like to discuss the question of modernization of the United Nations organization and of a possible replacement of its structure with a new one. In this context, it is obvious that there is a number of positions which are prioritized for the Russian diplomacy. These are the international communication on the basis of multipolarity, security and territorial integrity of Russia, overcoming sanctions as a possibility to innovate the development of the country, fair democratic world order on the basis of international law, improving roles of international organizations in which Russia is a member, and improving economy and safety and geopolitics. And what we were talking about today, the overcoming of the discrepancy of the right for self-determination and national integrity. At the same time, among the initiatives to reform the United Nations, there are some initiatives that come into contradiction with the interests of Russia. For example, the proposal to enlarge the Security Council by Germany and Japan will get in a way of getting to a consensus. And this doesn't work. And in the end, I would like to say that the last three Secretary Generals of the United Nations, Kofi Annan, and they have always spoken about the necessity to reform the United Nations. And these reforms are underway, but when you start to get into those processes, you understand that the bureaucracy can only bring something like itself and is not aimed at any kind of efficiency and is very far from the reality. And in the end, I would like to mention that there is a very strange situation at the moment, especially in the context of international institutes. In the last several months, especially in the Russian Federation, we are facing the Belarus, Armenia, Donbass, Ukraine, Kyrgyzia, starting from the day before yesterday, and there will be Moldova and Turkmenistan, and all this is coming to us. And there are a lot of challenges like that in the and we have never seen such number of challenges. The strain zone is in 4 out of 6 member states of the Collective Security Treaty Organization and in 5 of the 7 CIS countries. So this is really kind of a very strange kind of happening. Thank you very much for your attention. Vladimir. Dear colleagues, please remember about self-restraint, and we don't have to read the reports which have been printed. Yuri is not with us, but he has published 4 big video reports. We will find the time to show them here, but you can also see them at the website. We should remember that Yuri Vladimirovich has made a huge work, and we will listen to those reports later on. My theme is called Integrational Processes to Provide Sustainable Development in a Model World of Global Challenges. I think that political aspects are changing with economical aspects, and if we are speaking about the survival, it's the possibility to provide your sustainability, it's the possibility to provide your activities in global challenges. And a new world order is being created, and today the leading part is played by the countries who will be able to provide a high quality of life thanks to new technologies based on humanitarian and scientific research. These are the challenges which we are facing, and everything that is going on today are the problems which have been here for a long time and which should be solved by everybody, by the Chinese, by ourselves. We are all within the globalized world in the result of the fact that for 75 years we have accumulated those problems and now they are breaking through. In the report prepared by the United Nations on the 2019, it is said that in order to lower the risks of the world economy and to create the possibilities for sustainable development, it is necessary to immediately take political measures to provide dynamics and inclusiveness of the international economy. And we should solve these problems up to the year 2030. This report was prepared before the coronavirus, so now we have another challenge which is influencing our ways of life. In the analytical report of 2020, they provide an assessment of the macroeconomic situation, and they say that the world economy has suffered from long-term discussions, disputes, and the economical risks are worsening and deepening the polarization, and there is a growth of skepticism towards multipolarity, and these risks can provide a long-term loss to the economy, and the internal policies are growing up, and the problem of integration comes to the first place here. It's obvious that instability at global markets is suffered by many states, and the deep critical changes at the market of currencies and the incredible loss in the oil prices, all that was also influenced by the coronavirus. Actually, we are closed at homes, about 4 billion people around the world. These are small and medium businesses, and this crisis is creating a lot of unemployment. There are, and all the documents which had been prepared during the recent years are highlighting the worsening instability and high risks. And today, in the conditions of the growing levels of we have had the growth of mutually integrated transport networks and financial networks, and this allows the countries to integrate in economical point of view. But we should mention here that economical integration is providing huge influence at the modern world economy. We also see the emergence of industries and the strengthening of cooperation in manufacturing, in business, in specialization cooperation. One of the trends, world trends today is in the post-industrial world. And we here can make some generalizations about the... And here we can say that nearly everywhere we can see the market economies, the private property, and as for the political systems in the majority of countries, There are quite sustainable political systems which are ready to guarantee political stability and the maintenance of economical growth, but there are some things that are not playing the way we would like them to. The crisis is influencing nearly all the spheres of the world economy, and the problems have global character. There is a process which started and about which we are speaking today. It's the globalization which started to develop very rapidly after the World War II, and the new technologies which emerged have made a serious input into these processes, and we have not yet had time to realize these changes. There are new global challenges which are characterized by dynamism and objective factors of society development. They are universal for all the countries, and we have to unify the efforts of all the humankind to solve these issues. The trend for integration is global and independent from the level of the development and cultural differences and different traditions. Nevertheless, we are trying to integrate, and this is the solution to many worldwide problems. I would also like to say today, you have the text of my presentation in your published materials, but I would like to highlight the most interesting issues. Integration processes are obvious in all the spheres of world economy, and that is why the problems are also global. And today, the integration is a sustainable trend, and the people are integrating their countries to provide the sustainable development of economy, and the pandemic is critically influencing the world economy and the situation on the market. The countries have to delay their negotiations, and they are unable to identify some of the problems, and they delay the dates of the integration projects, the starting points. American and Chinese relationship today is the main conflict term of the international communication, and I think that in the nearest future, when the elections are over, this communication will probably acquire some new direction, and the time will tell us what will happen. It is obvious that during the pandemic, a lot of issues have become more acute, and this unprecedented pandemic might have incredible consequences not only for the European Council but also for the European integration as well. Despite all the critics, the European integration has gone too far to avoid it, and European economies have been merged together, and there are institutes of the European Union, and they will have to bring their members out of the total hospital crisis, and this will ask for collective action. If we're speaking about Russia, we may say the following. During its long history, Russia has many times faced incredibly dangerous situations, and sometimes the integrity of the country was under question, and each time Russia overcame those crises and gave positive examples to its neighbors. In order to provide sustainable development of the economy of the Russia and the European Asian Association, we are taking measures against the economical influence of the coronavirus. You know about these measures, you know how efficient they are, and probably will know about that in the nearest future. On the whole, the analysis of the conditions which are providing for the sustainable economies based on the studies of foreign practices allow us to make certain conclusions on the integrational processes and the factors which are influencing the sustainable development. First of all, economical integration is an efficient process based on a natural process of interdependency of economic systems, and this is shown first of all in the growing growth of international trade, in financial cooperation, in the number of treaties, and it is also complemented with the regulation of trading connections. The main condition of positive growth is the possibility to sustain the possibility of sustainable growth of separate states who are taking part in the developing unified economical space, where we are working in a more close economical integration with the neighboring territories, and the mechanism of improving credit competitiveness may include scientists and experts taking part in this process. One of the priorities of the integrational process is the integration in the sphere of environmental protection, about which we had heard an incredibly interesting lecture today, and I was astonished by the scale of problems we are facing. In the conditions of mutual integration, the trading turnover can help us to create the integrated market without any currency integration. Today, the major tool of the migration processes for the sustainable development of the world economy is the work by Yuri Yakovets, who is present here. The long-term strategy of the sustainable development for the European organization, we have spoken about this program for a long time, and this work was prepared on the basis of a global forecast given in 1950s. It was first presented at the round table in the framework of the 64th General Assembly of the United Nations on the 27th of November in 2009, and then in 2010 in Shanghai, in the framework of the session of the General Assembly of the United Nations. And at that time, we were asking the question that they are asking for some new ideas, and this new idea has brought us some results. When we assess all the materials which had been prepared by Yalta conference, in this work we looked at the peculiarities of macroeconomic forecasting, and we analyzed the essence of the crisis at the beginning of the 21st century, and we sought for the directions to come over this crisis. And we also looked at the directions of ecological power development and social development of the countries with the growing migration number, and finding the ways of a new economical world order and the transformation and globalization, and creating a multipolar world order on the basis of partnerships, and transforming to the integral multicultural world. And this work shows the results of cumulative macroeconomical calculations, and a lot of attention is paid to the recommendations and of creating partnerships which will allow to implement the integrational dynamics as the major factor to provide the sustainable development within the framework of global crisis. We know about this fundamental work. And we hope that in the nearest future it will be on demand by the international community, and the issues and the challenges which the global world is facing, besides the political problems and the discrepancies. And this work is an instrument which can provide for sustainable development through integration processes in economy, and this might advocate the improvement of the general climate on our planet. Thank you very much. Please remember about self-limits. I'm speaking about self-organization, self-limitation in the current policy, in the current report.
Проблемы социодемографической динамики, цивилизации и нарастания миграции, приоритеты глобальной технологической революции и становление шестого технологического формирование интегрального экономического строя и трансформации глобализации.
I will only cover some key points of my report, which is based on the research provided by
В этом труде
the data which I accumulated for my report in Rio de Janeiro, and after that this report lived in his own life, and today we are facing very interesting changes in the world communication, and we were speaking about the phrases of the scientists.
Глобальных вызовов. Вот такие фундаментальные труды, ну, мы, например, здесь представляем, знаем об этом фундаментальном.
Today we are discussing the problems of the new structures of the international communication, and we are trying to find the ways and tools which will allow us to create a platform for this new trends in global system. As we know, the result of the Yalta conference in 1945 were two global events. The first one was the Treaty of and after that there were new scenarios of the global government, and this system provided the sustainable development for the further several decades. To assess the importance of this event, let us merge into the history. This is a model of the economy based on the restructurization of the economies. In 19th centuries, we saw the end of the industrialization and the flow of capitals from Europe to the United States, and in the result there appeared a very active trade between the North America and Europe, and the American capital was merged with the European countries. There appeared a number of states which wanted to get as many financial instruments as possible. Such instrument became the British pound, as at that moment Britain was the leading power, and in 1866 the system of golden standard has been created. They made a law for the international states which allowed it to exchange pounds for gold, and the system gave a very rapid growth to the world economy at the level of 2.5%. And we are speaking about the current situation of devaluation of the buying power of dollar, and all this situation brought us to the 1890s, where the golden standard stopped to exist, and there was a question of a new system of relationships, and the United States by 1895 have become the first in the world in terms of economy and trade, and they started to find a new system of communication and relationship. In 1913 they created the Federal Reserve System, and the next year brought the World War I. Who became the beneficiary of the World War I? It became the industry of the United States. The economies of Europe were nearly destroyed by the war, and very weak Japan created the situation in which the economy of the United States became just numerically more rich and became the leader of. So at the moment the share of US is 52% in the modern economy. Before the war it was just 6%. After the World War I, the countries started to find some solutions for stable development of world economy. After the Geneva Conference there was one system, and currency zone was created, and all this didn't work. And under the World War II, after the World War II, we had two major events. It's the treaty and the Yalta meeting, which created the new international organizations such as the United Nations, and a bit later the World Trade Organization and the World Bank. What is the essence of this situation? Why is it interesting to us? The major beneficiary of the World War II again were the United States. The major beneficiary was the Federal Reserve System, as by the 1944 the United States had about 85% of the global gold resources, and it was decided to connect the dollar with the gold, and this system worked, and the global institutions regulated the peace and stability, and this brought us to the situation when this 60%, nearly 60% of world trade provided by the dollar provided a huge growth, and this is the key issue for the assessment of the situation. And later on, the growth of international trade in 1950s, 60s made about 5.6%, and this brought incredible income to the American industrial and financial capitals, and a group of banks And in the end, in 1965, they came to a point where they were lacking gold. And different crises brought us to the Jamaica system when they decided to get rid of the gold and the reserves of the world currencies, brought us to the situation that the dollar is now provided just by the demand for the dollar in the world economy. Moreover, the dollar has become the instrument of management of the economies of the countries who depend on dollar. And during the 20th century, the development of the world trade brought us to the situation where we have three groups of countries: the group of developed countries, the groups of positive economies, and group of weak economies. In the result of these processes, we found out such an interesting situation, which in principle showed some modeling of our processes in the microeconomies. We created a model of world economic development on the basis of and it is covering three fundamental processes: the growth of qualification, the growth of the number of population, and the growth of GDP. And in the right part of this equation, you can see the growth of GDP is this is the use of resources. In the right part, you can see the process of the optimization of resources distribution. This can be calculated for one country and for a group of countries. In the right part of the equation, you see the efficiency of the government and how it is shown in the economy.
Мировые кризисы привели к ямайской системе, где был произведен отказ от золота, и фактически в условиях уже сформированной корзины валют резервных.
We used to find the basic sources of statistic information based on the population of based on the level of education of young people, and we modeled the behavior of economics for 2 or 3 countries based on the economical decisions taken by their governments. The minimal deviation from the line shows the optimal macroeconomical policy in sustainable development. On the right, you see the transitive economies like Russia and China, and lower you see the third world countries. This is showing how the diversification is working in the global economy, and in those countries there was dissatisfaction with the current situation, and the dollar became a latent armament in conquering the world. Those 60% of world trade provided by the 3 major states are covering the rest of the world, and in Europe they use euro, in the United States they are using the dollar. And roughly speaking, the majority of countries have 30% of their trade with the United States, and this asks to reserve golden currencies in the countries and filling the active and passive instruments, banking instruments with foreign currencies. Nearly all the countries except for China have gotten under the globalization, and globalization was used in all the countries where the global capital wanted to enter. And if we are speaking about the dollar, for example, in Russia, the currency of golden currencies made the following picture. Dollar, euro, and British pound made 95% of all the currencies, and more than 100 billions were placed in US treasuries in the securities of the United States. So actually we were financing the United States. China is even more interesting. They have about 3 trillions and about 2.3 trillions they are keeping in US treasuries. So actually the countries which are reserving the currency of the United States or Europe, they are financing the economies of those countries, and this money is coming back to us to destabilize our processes. For example, in Ukraine, this brought the collapse of the currencies in 2008, in Russia in 2014, and so on. As soon as the products which are bringing the major turnover are limited, the sooner the currency is coming down. And the United States are not even trying to make it a secret that they have invested $3 million in the destabilizing Ukraine by the year 2014, and now they are helping with money to provide for the army to prepare Ukraine for the conflict with the Russian Federation, and also there is financing of groups which are destabilizing the situation in different countries of the world, in Middle East, in the North Caucasus, and IGIL fighters are taking part in the conflicts in Nagorno-Karabakh, and they are also taking part in the situation in Lebanon, around the borders of the former USSR. In other words, the system of the relationships, which is based on the Federal Reserve System, is a threat for the national security of the key countries such as BRICS countries. These are 50% of the world population and 18% of natural resources and 15% of the world trade. If we look at BRICS countries and if we ask how one of the threats towards their national security can be reduced, the influence of dollar and global institutions or the conduct of international countries, we can say that we should stop using dollars, and we should, and the national economies will be protected from the voluntary policies provided by the global financial management systems. But we are thinking about that, and the United States are also thinking about that. In February 2015, the Congress had taken Act of Defense, the Act of National Defense. In the three threats of national security is the threat of reforming the system which was created by the change of the world order created at Yalta and Bretton Woods. This is the threat of that the opportunities will be reduced, the opportunity to enter to the territories of other countries with non-military ways, merging them with the help of resources or providing the high volatility of the capitals, and it's also a threat to the National Reserve System. In my opinion, the best way to keep up the system of international relationships is to create a new kind of war. We have to destroy the economies of the major opponents, China, Russia. And these processes are on the way. In the east, China has the problems with the islands in the Chinese Sea. On the 30th of April 2015, Japan has enacted a law which allows it to use its peaceful forces around the world. If previously they were speaking about the defense of Japan, now they have devaluated this bill, and now they are coming up to the hot points hot conflicts which should be supported in the interest of their American partner. It's just like another example for the situation. In the west we have the conflicts with Ukraine. At the southern border we have conflict in Karabakh and a possible conflict where up to 10,000 soldiers are gathered, and there is the possibility to destabilize the sustainable development with the wave of terroristic attacks in Europe and in India. And terrorism is becoming one of the national security threats, and for specialists the strengthening of terrorism is obvious. Al-Qaeda was created to fight with Taliban, but when it went out of control, it's incredibly hard to work with them. So now we see the situation where we should do something, and it's obvious what should be done, and the countries of BRICS have this picture shows the trading triad, the United States, Europe and Japan, and this picture shows the flow of resources between the BRICS countries. I would like to speak about it. The main system, the main field of trade for the Southern African Republic is Africa, for Brazil is the Latin America, for China, the strange it might sound, it is USA and Asia and Middle East. For the Brazil there are 30% of external trade. For Russia about 30% is traded between the post-Soviet states, and from 30 to 50% go to Middle East and Asia. About 70% of the natural resources are imported by China, and in the trade of those countries, if we don't look at Europe and the USA, those weak countries and developing countries. And it's very important to provide the new ways, new currencies which do not depend on the global institutions, and keep up the trade development. And the development of trade should bring us to such a system in which these countries will solve their economical and social issues to provide for sustainable development. Understanding this situation and everything that is going on in 2012, it was declared about creating the new Bank of Development of BRICS. In 16 years, it brought the first results. In 2017, before the Chinese summit of BRICS countries, on the site of the Kremlin, there was published the report of Vladimir Putin, where he spoke about two major trends in reforming the global management system, the reform of the global defense system, and the reform of mutual payment systems. And he offered the countries of BRICS to work without the dollar and to create funds which will provide for the state debts of the BRICS countries, and to create a new anti-terroristic coalition. The summit in China accepted the the effective work of the Development Bank and accepted the initiative on the pool of currencies and also accepted the idea to create an organization which will allow us to fight the challenges in the sphere of defense. So the BRICS countries are reforming the system of the international communications, and we are reshuffling and reorganizing the quotas in favor of the less developed countries, and we are reforming the way of crediting. In 2018, the summit BRICS in the South African Republic confirmed the effective work of the pool of reserved currencies, and they made a decision to create peacekeeping forces, and they decided to unite their efforts in anti-terroristic activities, and they also decided to unite the social services, and it was decided to create a fund in the future, a fund of national securities and national currencies. In 2011, they confirmed the creation of branches of the bank in South Africa and in Latin America. They confirmed the official work of the pool of reserve currencies and the cooperation of this pool with the international currency reserve. And if those initiatives will become systematic, and if they will allow us to create a zone of free trade with any expansion of political tasks is going through the expansion of economical tasks. And this unified trade space will be provided by the reserve of currencies, and on the basis of the Russian ruble, the Chinese yuan, and probably Indian rupees. And this will provide the growth of the economies of the member states and the growth of the influence over the positions of people who are forming the processes of global economies, and they will probably bring us to creating some kind of program document which will provide rapid development of world economy. In the system of global security, the measures which are taken for peacekeeping forces, if we decide to take more active actions in Middle East or in Ukraine or in Karabakh, such active deeds will certainly bring us to the change of polarities in the global security organization, and BRICS is now providing the efforts for global security, which will provide the balance which is needed for the sustainable development of the global system, and such steps will certainly bring us to sustainable and safe development of international communication system. Should I close this session? We will do that ourselves. Thank you very much. We have the other priority. I can see that there are 3 more speakers, but we will certainly listen to them at some other time, and as the moderators we sacrifice a lot, and though we, as you can see, we have been working for more than 4 hours, I'm astonished with the silence and attention, and I'm incredibly thankful to you for your not only physical but moral and spiritual willpower, because it was substantial.
глобальной безопасности, те меры,
Sergei
которые
Lavrov
принимаются,
loves
например,
this word.
миротворчества, если
This was
будут
substantial.
приняты активные
Thank
акции
you very
по
much
отношению, так сказать,
to all the
ситуации,
speakers. We
разгула,
have
что было на Ближнем Востоке, или,
learned
например, в
the
Украине или в Карабахе, то такие активные действия
importance of the Yalta
однозначно
conference,
приведут к тому,
and
что
we understand how
система
Yalta World
глобального
2.0 is
регулирования проблем
influencing the
безопасности,
world.
она будет
I would like to
не,
appreciate
так сказать, биполярная с точки
Sergei's
зрения
work.
США,
Tomorrow he
Китая,
will play
который
back on me
рассматривает
as a
как,
moderator.
так сказать, вряд ли
Tomorrow
возможную
we
систему
are
регулирования
leaving at
дел в
9
мире, а
o'clock.
вот
We are going to
БРИКС,
the
их,
Academy.
так сказать,
There
усилия
we
по
will
глобальной
work with our
безопасности
Chinese
против той ситуации, которая
part.
сегодня
There
есть,
will
это как
be
раз
a
будет тот
lot of
баланс, который
interesting
приведет
speeches, and I
к
hope that the
устойчивому
tradition of
безопасному
substantivity
развитию
will be
глобальной системы. То есть вот эти шаги
kept up there,
приведут
and
однозначно к устойчивому,
you will
стабильному и
need
безопасному развитию
very
мировой системы.
strong fundamental foundations for that. And now at 7 o'clock we will have dinner. This place is called Sleep Near the Sea. If you need to understand where it is, you should go downstairs from the reception down, and you will see a 6 or 7 story building. There are signs, and the restaurant is called On the Roof. And it's also symbolic because we are at the roof of the world, and we are thinking about the world order. So sleep by the sea, on the roof. I think it's a kind of some magical formula and a postscriptum to this day. Thank you very much, dear colleagues. We will meet you at 7 o'clock, and we can probably take a collective decision that we should look as casual as possible. I think we don't need any black ties. Take into consideration this day. I think we can relax a bit our regime. Thank you very much.
Мира 2.0. Поэтому, коллеги, огромное спасибо.